Hey Tomatobi, I'm just finishing getting set up. Don't mind me. Voice is feeling a little weird today. Hey dear.
Hey.
Will you please give me one of the vitamin waters? Thank you. Also, just to let you know, chat, I'm trying to use a couple of different fans today. So, if things get too loud in the background, please let me know.
Alright. I'll be back later. Won't be long.
Alright. Let's get Pretzel Rocks open. Oh, dang, that reminds me. I need to upload all of my backlog since I've started being able to stream again to YouTube. Excuse me. How'd the cryptids list go? I thought it went pretty well, personally at least. I ended up going until 1 something, so much longer than I had expected or had hoped for, but I think despite the fact that I had to get less elaborate and thoughtfully thought out as I went, I think I did still end up making something pretty good. What to listen to today? I could use something to help wake me up, I guess. So maybe some happy EDM. Is the volume? Oh, I can turn the volume. There we go. Oh. No, I didn't want to hit the close window button. Restore previous session, please. Play that song again. There we go. You're in bed vibing? How was your day? You've had a full day at this point, right? Also, I realized I still forgot an important part of Choose design even after I had gone through so much trouble to check and double check, so I'm gonna add that back in and then down to the next person, which I also need to ping in Discord, not Discord, Twitter. realized that while working on exam for tomorrow, ooh, that's rough. But you're done now? Well, that's good at least, right? How do you feel about the museum? How do you feel about the exam tomorrow? Do you feel like you're ready? I know that's something that can be kind of hard to gauge for some people, so... So what I had forgotten here is that Chu has a ponytail back here. Oh, that's those double push signs, please. Oh, it's done. I get it. Well, I mean, you got it all done, so that's really good, right? I think if you got it all done, you should be able to treat yourself a little bit. Do something nice. Be kind to yourself. Because I'm always the very first to have to present. Oh, that sucks. You got one of those early alphabet names. I was either very lucky or very unlucky because at least in the alphabet that English uses, depending on if they were going by first or last name, I was either like one of the first letters of the alphabet for first name, or one of the very, very last for last name. So it was sort of a toss-up, I guess. But hey, it's always really good to get things done early if you can. That way you don't have to think about them anymore, right? Now you don't have to... Oh! Thank you so much, Mouse and Penny, for the raid! Thank you so much! It's really nice to have you around, MP. MP. Do you prefer Mouse, Penny, Mouse and Penny? You were doing art too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. How about you? Like, well, I mean, I just started the stream, so I haven't really been doing. Oh, I haven't done too much yet. But what I have done has felt pretty good. What were you up to? Oh, also, hey Diamori. Oh, alright. Dropping some love off before I get chores done around the house. That's smart. Well, I'm glad to meet everyone here. It's really nice to meet you all. My name is Speed. I'm a little jackalope brought to life. Just trying my best every day. But I stream almost every day a week currently, except Sundays, and I like streaming digital artwork like this. I also stream roguelikes, RPGs, tabletop games, and recently I've also tried things like, sorry, my allergies are acting up a little bit, so I sound a little funny and my nose is all bothery. And recently I've added things like singing streams, like singing lessons, and also just singing. I've done a tier ranking video now because of something that my community decided to all contribute to. I'm now also going to be a cosplay streamer, so I got a lot of things I'm working on. Also, thank you, Mouse. Got a whole bunch of things there, so I'll go in reverse order. Make sure I'm sitting upright. Take a quick sippy. And some pops for you. Alright, I don't know how to determine how long I should be doing pops, but hopefully those came through. If they didn't, just let me know, and I'll happily try to do them a little clearer. You heard them? Alright. Bye. I hope you enjoyed them. But yeah, if you're new here, welcome. Oh wow, 2 raids back to back. Hello, Raz, how have you been? Okay, so this is all iOS. Oh, Lobotomy Corporation. I've heard of that game, but I don't remember anything about what it actually is. But hi! It's so nice to have you here too. I was sort of just going over this, but I can go over it again real quick. Welcome to the channel. I'm a cryptid. Kind of. I'm a taxidermy that was brought to life, but that's still technically a jackalope. I stream at this point, every day except Sunday, doing a mix of digital art, RPGs, roguelikes, music lessons, comedies, tier list streams, whatever catches my fancy. And now that I've gotten that much, for everyone, if you don't already, the easiest way to keep track of what it is that I'm doing week to week as we go is if you go to my Twitter. That's where I post my videos every week, or not my videos, my stream schedule every week. So that's the easiest way to keep track of what's going on. But welcome. It's really nice to have you here. How are you? How is it? How's everyone coming over from Rabs too? How are you feeling today? I've been having a pretty good day so far myself. I went out for a walk around the neighborhood with my partner. Did a quick errand to grab some milk. And I've just been hanging out, watching some videos about the history of queer culture as it is shown on TV. So that was fun. You're doing well, had a pretty successful stream, made some progress in the game. Nice. What exactly is the game, by the way? Like, I know it's called Lobotomy Corporation, but I don't actually know what it is. Oh, I gotta get to finishing up some grad school homework while we're... Thank you! Lobotomy is like the SCP stories, I see. So, SCP plus Monsters, Inc. Huh. It's an interesting concept. I'm not sure how it works in practice, but Take care of monsters to get energy. Okay. If you do it wrong, they rampage and wipe out the facility. It seems like a good motivation to not do it wrong. And you then use that energy that you make, I guess, to capture more monsters? Or something like that? Now you like unlock more monsters just based on the day. Energy is like to the end of the day. Huh. Alright. I'm still not sure if I understand, but that's alright. It sounds interesting though. You can tell that much, at least. I have actually finished the games. I decay the full lore, but gameplay-wise, energy zones are progressing each day. Okay. That makes sense, I think. Do you have a favorite monster in it? Or, well, I guess I don't even really know what the monsters are like in the game, so. But I do like monster design, so. It's got really good monster design that could be worth checking out for that alone. But I do definitely have ones I dislike with a passion. Oh, well, hopefully they aren't being too mischievous, those little rascals. I love Lucky's design, they're so cute. Let's switch the reference level. There we go. Yeah, I'll put them right down there. And it's like roughly so tall for the right size. But I'm glad to see both Rav and sorry, let me quickly check something because I want to make sure that I'm using whatever names remain. Henry, okay. Alright. I'm glad to see you both here. Even if you have to lurk, I still really enjoy the company, so thank you. Let's move Lucky a little closer. Let's turn on vertical symmetry. but give me... Okay, give me that. Oh, dang it. Okay, sketch layer. That should be on the left layer. Oh. On that layer. There we go. Okay. Lock that down. Where'd the sketch layer go? Dang it. Alright, let's make another layer for that. I've had such bad allergies this year, it makes it... Well, I can't blame just my allergies on this because, like, just in general, I haven't been keeping up with my voice training nearly as much as I should be, which I'm feeling very guilty about. But, wait, this goes down. So, it should be maybe like that. But... No, give me eraser, jeez. But yeah, I've been feeling kinda guilty because I haven't really been keeping up with all of the voice training that I should be doing. At the moment, it's just because I've been having such a miserable time with allergies and post-nasal drip and congestion in my mouth, but that's still not really that much of an excuse, which I know should be doing more often. I'm just not sure where to go with it sometimes, you know? And that's what's been giving me difficulty in my methods. How about y'all in chat? I know that some of you are going through grad school right now, and I'm very, very proud of you for it. Some of you are already graduated and just trying to do your best, and that's very important too. I'm very proud of each and every one of you for doing just the best you can do. Lucky's got big old boobas. Big old raccoon boobas. But not raccoon. They're both foxes, why did I say raccoon? It's probably because Lucky has the more Japanese tanuki face than, ironically, Eliza, despite actually being a fox. Hey Ellie, welcome back. How you doing? Good, I hope. Music is a bit loud compared to me. Alright, I'll turn it down a little bit. Alright, hopefully that helps a little bit at least. I think I'm also talking a little quieter in general today because of the allergies. Very stuffy, very difficult. And so their ears go up like this, and then around kind of like this. And we also got these bits here. And we got the ear fluff. Yeah, fluff, fluff, fluff. Okay, let's zoom in. Yeah, it helped a lot. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. I'll turn it down even a little more, maybe. So how are you doing, Ellie? How's your day been today? Also got this kind of fluff stuff up there. You're tired, but pretty good? Well, I'm glad. Jeez. I'm glad you're pretty good. That's the important part, right? Okay, so something like that. Got a little bit of the thingy up there. And kind of something like that, maybe? Or should it be more like... Head vibes too strong. Well, Tama, you are living in a place that at this hour it would be reasonable for you to go to bed. You don't have to stay up on my account, as nice as it is having company like yours around here. Okay, maybe it's a little early to go to bed then. Yeah, Ellie is... Oof, now my head's feeling weird too. Ellie's from Switzerland. Tama is from Belgium. So I didn't actually get to see any of it because, you know, America. But how was Eurovision this year? I believe it was Italy that won it, but how was it? The "We Hate France" corners. Well, the French are good at making themselves hateable. You gotta give them that much, at least, I guess. How was Eurovision this year, though? Eurovision was good. Glad Italy won. Well, what was the winning act? The only act I knew about going into it was Australia, and that was only because oh, what was her name? I can't remember her name. Ooh, a metal band? Huh. I don't remember. I say I don't remember as if I ever actually knew what the acts were. Australia on Eurovision? I thought so, yeah. At least it was someone from Australia, I think, who said that she was competing. Yeah, like, I don't really get it either, Tama, because, I mean, like, why? Why is Australia considered part of this? Like, okay, sure, they were originally a colony, but if we were doing that logic, then every place that England's ever decided was a part of their empire would also have to be in Eurovision. And do you really want Americans in Eurovision? Because I don't. That would be awful. Eurovision is trying to grow beyond the Euro part? Well, I mean, I guess that's a good goal. I'm not gonna lie, I do really like the idea of Eurovision as like the Olympics but performing arts. I think that is pretty cool. Never noticed how intricately designed Lucky's lips were. I have no idea how I'm gonna render this one well, but I'll have to try. That's the whole point of this, after all. I mean, it's highly politically charged event, so absolutely add more countries. Also, another point in its favor, very, very hard to get an advantage in Eurovision through using performance-enhancing drugs. So you really can't have cheating well, you could still have cheating scandals, it just wouldn't be that kind of cheating scandal, at least. You can drink tea. Not gonna lie, I would kind of love to see, though, a Eurovision scandal where someone took performance-enhancing drugs just to try and figure out what the fuck that would even mean in Eurovision. And we don't really see anything beyond that, so I guess that's just where it kind of ends. So and we'll go up like this, give them a little bit of a cat's eye. Not too much of one, but a little bit. There was a bit of an uproar because it looks like the lead singer did a line of coke live on stage, but he did a voluntary drug test. Okay, I guess my thing is, though, like, what exactly would that have theoretically helped him with? You know? But I feel like if anything, that would just make it harder to perform. Oh, nothing, but probably would have disqualified them because drugs are bad or something like that. Ah, I see. Yeah, I guess. I guess I'm just of the opinion that I don't fucking care, but... Oh, family friendly. Okay, on the one hand, that's fair. On the other hand, though, I feel like there is a whole lot of horny at Eurovision in a lot of the performances. So I'm not sure how much I believe that as, like, a family-friendly motivation, you know? Montaigne, that was the person from Australia. That was her name. Forgot until now. That maybe? Like, she doesn't, or sorry, they don't have like a defined eye line like this, but I feel like I need to add something in, you know? Oh, thank you for the hug, Tama. I really appreciate it. Oh, Ellie, Were you able to catch any of my Monster Fuckers stream on Saturday night? I feel like it would be something that you'd be potentially interested in. You were not? Ah, I think you would like it. I went through 60 different cryptids, both fairly famous and pretty obscure, and just categorically worked out which one of them would be the best and the worst kinds of dating partners. I don't remember the whole top of the list off the top of my head, but let me check that real quick. Oh no? Why oh no? No, just give me my profile. Please give me my profile, please. You know why? I might know why, but right now I'm a tiny bit sleepy, so I do not know why, sorry. Alright, so to kind of just run through it, the S tiers that we came up with were the Marrow, aka the I think this was an Irish one. The Irish mermaids. The the Holdra from, you know, Scandinavian countries in general. The Phoenix. The Tanuki. The Selkie. The Kitsune, and I ended up putting the Loch Ness Monster into S tier only because there was someone in chat, a friend of mine, who was joking that if Nessie wasn't, because she's Scottish, was joking that if Nessie wasn't considered S tier, that they were disowning me. Then A tier, the Kieran, the Wolver, so Kieran, magic giraffe from from China. That's very far from Scotland. The Wolver, which is like a werewolf who just really, man, I love fish. And the Banshee, Jeff the talking mongoose, the King of Bears, and jackalopes. Now, to be clear, putting jackalopes there was not my idea. I didn't want to do that, but chat pointed out that I was biased, so I just threw it open to a vote in chat, and unfortunately they picked incorrectly and put jackalopes as an A tier. Then B tier. Oh yeah, but I mean, to be fair, it would have been impossible for me to be totally unbiased. Then in B tier, we have the Yukiona, the Rock, the Alicanto, the Amabie, the Puck, or the Puka, the Boto Encantado, the Tikpalang, the Fresno Nightwalker, Mothman, the Jersey Devil, and the Yeti. Then... okay, so this is pretty much going to be the last part that I can do symmetry on, I think. Yep, so let's take that off for now. For C tier, we had the Were Hyena, the Squonk, the Tea Kettler, the Mara, the Tsuchinoko, the Wampus Cat, the Hopkinsville Goblin, the Kappa, the Flatwoods Monster, Beast of Grey Road, and Bigfoot original flavor. D tier, we have Brownies, the Ahul, the Mukole Mbembe Gremlins, Dullahan, Hide Behind, Mantis Man, Sea Monk, Kraken, Noparabo, Tengu, Dover Demon, and Wolpertinger. And then for F tier, the ones who are not just bad partners but also actively just terrible people to be around, we have the Groot-slaying Shadow People, the Snallygaster, the Mongolian Deathworm, the Chupacabra, the Ghoul, the Kelpie, the Mananango, the Mananango, Spring-Heeled Jack, the Goat Man, and the Umibozo. See, Tama, that's something that I thought at first too, but the more I looked at it, the more I realized it was going to be one of the really controversial ones for me. That, because I knew people would ask, oh, well, why wasn't Mothman, noted queer icon, higher up on the list? Well, first off, let me say that, am I saying the Mothman is not fuckable? And the answer to that is absolutely I am not saying that. Mothman has a great ass, great muscles, great overall physique. Of course I would want to fuck Mothman. I'm not a goddamn fool. No, the reason is that, yes, Mothman is potentially good to know because, their whole thing seems to be showing up very close to when disasters are about to happen. The problem is, he's the kind of person who shows up when disasters are about to happen, but he never shows up afterwards. He's someone who's there to maybe warn you, sure, but then he just bails. You want a partner who will be able to potentially see this coming, sure, but more than that, you want a partner who is willing to help you grieve and process the trauma and work through all of those emotions afterwards, and Mothman doesn't do that. He only ever appears before things will happen, and never after when he'd be needed most. So that's why Mothman was only a B tier. Very fuckable, nice guy, but also just not the kind of reliability you want in a partner. Again, yeah, fabulous swings. Like I said, he's very fuckable. But he's too much of a himbo, and one that's not really there for the times when you're gonna really need someone to be emotionally available for you. B is B tier. Yeah, that's where I was considering putting myself before chat decided that I was too biased to talk about jackalopes fairly, so I'm still a little upset about that one, but not in a serious upset. I'm alright. But yeah, that was the list. And I think it went pretty well. Pretty well. No, you are your own tier. B is C tier. Yeah, that is where I originally put Jackalope, so you're not that... Oh, cute tier. I walked right into that one, huh? Let's go back a few steps. Because this is looking a little lopsided, which, I mean, admittedly, I know it's kind of supposed to look lopsided, but still. What is your tier? Well, see, the problem is, Ellie, is that you're not a cryptid. I know for certain that you exist. Hey, Obsidia! You would beg to disagree? Well, I mean, first off, you know that I love to hear you beg. But second off, alright, I'll hear your case. And hey, Obsidia, how you doing? let's make the hair go a little further out on this side. That might help even things out a little bit, at least in terms of how this feels. Because I know it's supposed to go way further out on this side, but it still just looks a little weird to me, you know? But I mean, technically, that's everything in the books for the sketch, so I guess we go on to line. Just working and lurking. Alright. Always happy to be a soothing voice in someone's ear. Psst. You're gay. You're gay. Psst. Cock. Dick. Balls. Tits. Cooter. Gay. I exist in a state of never fully there. I disappear for weeks and months and reappear suddenly. I'm from a mysterious European family. Okay, wait, like, if we use that logic, though, we have to assume that, like, all nobility families that still exist are also cryptids. And I don't know if I feel comfortable giving them that much power. Correct? Alright. I'm a massive invisible energy. So I guess let's just go on to lines for now. Because I'm not sure what else I could really add, so... We'll start down here where I'm a little more certain. Oh, that's right, I can turn on vertical symmetry again for a little while. I'm a flying spaghetti monster. I'm gonna slurp you up then. I hope you're ready, Tama. I'm too Italian to turn down the promise of a flying spaghetti. A flying spaghetti. Hooba dooba. Flying spaghettis. I'm probably a vampire of some sort, right? Well, I'm pretty sure you're not a vampire because you traveled to and studied in the US, and you definitely would have to be crossing over running water to get over here. If you're high enough, it's fine. Oh. What exactly is it you're claiming to vampirize, If you're... No, if you take a submit between continents, then you cross under running water and you're safe. There. You sap people of fun? I don't think so. I think you're a very fun person to be around. Also, hey Elaine! How you doing? What's my favorite pasta? I'm always a sucker for pasta where it's like a little pocket of something. So like a tortellini or ravioli, I really like those. Right, I feed on said fun. I see. Do you see yourself in mirrors and other purified reflective surfaces? B, can you buy me a dumpling? I might be able to. I don't know if I can, like, send you one from over here, but, I mean, I guess if does DoorDash work in Belgium? Is it possible to international DoorDash? A singular dumpling. Yes, I would. If I can DoorDash, I would potentially order you a singular dumpling. Buy me some self-worth or maybe self-confidence. I'm not picky. Oh, Eileen, I'm sorry to hear that. I think you're a very wonderful person to hang out with. Very relaxing. You talk about interesting stuff. Yeah, you're good. You're a good bean. Something like that, I think. And by the way, how have you been, Eileen? It feels like it's been a little while since I've talked with you. Doing my best, had food poisoning a week or two back. I'm mostly normal now. Ooh. I remember hearing about the food poisoning, I think. But that's still very rough. Sorry to hear you had to go through that, but hopefully you're all better now and don't have to worry about anything. Or at least anything like that. Wait, did I tell you about the time I woke up with blood on both palms of my hand, nowhere else in the bed or room? That was in high school. No, you did not, Ellie. Would you care to elaborate on this? Did you ever find whomst the blood belonged to? You didn't? How? That's right, we have two Ellies. Okay, so there's a little bit of a tab out here, or like the lapel. Is it a lapel? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that part's called the lapel. Oh, there the lapel pops out like that. Am I the older Ellie? I'm pretty sure. You're sleepy, bun heavy? I can relate to that. I'm feeling a little sleepy too. But I don't want to go to bed. So I'm not gonna. Don't force it, B. And maybe knowing B. Yeah, unless Eileen Seria has been secretly someone I've known IRL since like several decades ago. I'm pretty sure that would be the case. That you, Ellie, have known me longer. I'm trying to solve a problem that kept me up till 5 a.m. Oh dear, that doesn't sound very good. What's the problem? I can't promise or even suggest to promise that I would be able to know how to solve it, but I can at least hear about it. I didn't know how to tell you, but I'm your guardian angel, Foxo. Your floof has guided me till today. Oh. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh, then work and kids. But y'all great. Yeah. And you're great too. I guess I don't really need to go this far. Just until maybe like there should be good. I'm the Garfield from hell. Oh no. My stream has no game audio? Oh, that's strange. Built-in audio protection. It doesn't seem like the protection was doing its job right then. I hope you're able to get that fixed before too long then. Something like that, maybe. I mean, they do have a very round one. It's just that one game. It's weird. At least you figured it out, though. And you are also seriously great, Eileen. Don't forget. Just a floofy potato thought stringing puns and floof places. That's a very, very valuable service. Don't put yourself down. I should do something before I let myself fall to sleep. Well, I mean, you finished a very big assignment with writing up that test, right? That's kind of a big thing, but if you feel like you need to be more productive, what else do you need to do? Maybe you could do something that you need to do but you also enjoy doing as a treat. If you have to be productive anyway. Just bed vibes are nice and all. Dragon Quest Builders has all your protection so people can't stream sound. With a nap? Alright, Heavy, have a good nap. But I don't want to sleep at 9. I guess that's fair. What do you have? Do you have anything else that you could do that could help you, like, wind down? Like, you could read a book, listen to podcasts, do some kind of art, anything like that would help. Stupid thing is, can't watch Twitch or do something else on my phone at the same time. Yeah. Do you have anything that wouldn't require using your phone that you would still enjoy doing? Something like that, maybe? Also, not gonna lie, Ellie, I've ended up just today really fixating on the idea of using a tiny race in D&D to be a mech pilot artificer. So that's fun. You just gave me an epiphany I'll test later. I'll unmute and use DVR. That could work. Well, thank you, Ellie. Yeah, like, I do prefer to run other systems if I'm running something myself, but I'll never say no to D&D. It's very fun still. I'll play the game of how many D&D games am I in. Ironically, all my characters are tall and thick. Aline, you're a woman who knows what she's about, and I love and respect that. Now to play the game of how many D&D games am I in. Aww. I'm a femb. A fem NB. Ah, alright. My apologies. But you're still a femb who knows what they're about. The answer is 9 games, by the way. Woof. But I realized something fun, Ellie, that if I took... like, if I somehow acquired a fighting style as that mech pilot build idea, then that means that whenever the mech is attacked, I can use a reaction to impose disadvantage, and whenever I'm attacked, the mech can use its reaction to impose disadvantage, which I think is a very fun idea. Martial arts? What kind of martial arts? I I just want to apply for jobs and the system is just... Oh, yeah. The job market is real fucked. Everywhere we go, sadly. Kicky flaily. Is being too lazy to stay in bed bad? I don't think necessarily, but that does also sound like a potential symptom of depression. Or just having, like, very low... Like, if that happens regularly, that could also just be you have, like, something that's making you exhausted, which is also not good. Geez, my English is dead, though. Understandable. It's alright. Thank you for the hydrate, Puff of Pink, and also welcome, Puff of Pink. Make yourself at home. Also, you know what? I'm feeling a little low energy, so I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. Be right back. Oh, this is actually a good time to take a break anyway. Yeah, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna help my partner bring up the groceries. Be right back. There we go. And I'm back. Do you think I should warm the garlic bread up first?
What?
Do you think I should warm it up?
If it's fine to you cold, then you can eat it cold.
Alright. Ellie says hi.
Who?
Ellie.
Oh, sweet. Tell Ellie I said hi back.
Vinny says hi back. Then Eileen Seria also says hi, but in a cooler way.
Who?
Eileen Seria.
Tell her I said hi also in a less cool way.
In a less cool?
Yeah.
Alright. Vinny says hi back, but in a less cool way. I'm gonna warm up the rest of these. Be right back again. Sorry, chat. Back again. Sorry about all the start and stop. And I'm glad to see you're making yourself comfy, Ellie. Excuse me. Also, I need to bring the whole face down a fair bit, I think. I hope I didn't miss too much. Do, you get garlic bread too? I guess so. Sure. Something closer to that, maybe. And then let's move this part further in, kind of like that. It's garlic bread time, yeah. Garlic bread for everyone who can eat bread and garlic. And cheese. Because it's cheese garlic bread. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, oh, ow, hot, ow, oh, ow, 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 ow. Oh, Ellie, I don't want to know what that mouth do. It's a lot of owls. You okay? Yeah, it was just pretty hot and I needed to tear it apart. Maybe something like that to start. Like, I still don't totally understand how exactly their mouth is designed. Or how it makes sense to me, at least. But you know what? I'm gonna work with it one way or another. Gonna have to kind of freeball it a little bit. Wait, where did the owls come from? Oh, it's because I was trying to tear apart the sticks so they wouldn't get stuck together. That's all. No need to worry. Layers of face on top of each other is kind of spooky. A little bit, yeah. Hopefully it won't take me too much longer though, and then I can remove the sketch layer. Well, while I have y'all here, I guess I'll talk a little bit about this. So the other week, I set up a community challenge to see if there was interest in me making like a... Oh, thank you. To see if me making, repairing, designing cosplay would be something that people would be interested in seeing as content, and the goal got reached very quickly, so now that's something I am trying to figure out how to do. I think I've already got an idea. I'm gonna try to do like a 2-camera setup, 1 camera to watch potentially a craft desk, so people can see what it is I'm doing, then the other to capture my face like this. The problem is that I'm not totally sure what I want to do for a cosplay for that. Now, I know that Epitome would like me to do Celeste from Animal Crossing, and to help make them Blathers from Animal Crossing. And I'm still interested in doing that, though I am also like a little weirded out by doing a cosplay with my partner where we're partners. Alright, I mean, you can definitely do that. I'm not gonna stop you. And I am still interested in doing the characters, I'm just not sure, you know? Oh, thank you for the posture check, Tama. But that's one possibility. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate, too. Excuse me. Yes, that's correct. I'm pretty sure it's canon. That specific relationship, they're already canonically siblings. But that's one possibility that I'm considering. There's others too, though. I agree, Epitome. And it is something I'm interested in still. I guess it's just kind of like... I forgot to take my glasses off again. That'll probably help with the capture a little bit. Beep beep. You're a Jeep. Yeah, I wouldn't ask you to do that now, though, because I know that that would be a dysphoric thing for you. Cat car noises. I sure do love a cat car. I think cat car is one of the best mascot animals in all of Persona 5. Cat car. Cowabunga. So that's one possibility. Before I think too much more about that, though, a couple of quick things I wanted to plug for this coming week. I'm doing another session of the Borderlands co-op with Stelia Lupus. That is going to be over on Thursday, 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight. Another more experimental idea that I'm doing is on Tuesday. I'm gonna start off with a fairly standard thing, doing some Binding of Isaac then. However, I'm also going to go into, or I'm also going to try reading some creepypasta that was submitted to an artist who does like a yearly creepypasta cook-off, so to speak. Because I want to try doing something a little spooky for y'all. And then also, if people are interested and have questions, another thing that I really wanted to try doing was a tarot stream, or a tarot segment on the stream, like me bringing out my tarot deck, practicing with that a little bit, potentially answering any questions that chat might have. So again, another thing that's a little experimental, but I've got some decent hopes for it, I think. I think that's all the experimental stuff I've got this week. So, I guess going back to the question of the cosplay stuff now. So, I'm not sure how I'm going to decide this, if it's going to be something that I entirely make up on my own IRL choices, or if it's something that would be better left to some kind of like contest where people who are following me and watch the streams can like vote for what they have or what they want to see. Gotta cosplay Dandy Ace and Lele. I'm not sure. You know, actually, excuse me, that might actually be something Epitome's open to. I'll have to talk with them about it. So, that's now 2 ideas so far. Another that I was considering is, I thought it would be fun, and also because some of my friends are planning to eventually do cosplays of other characters from it. I think it would be fun to do a cosplay from the Hades game. And I was considering for that either a hypothetical full-body Dusa, or Orpheus and Eurydice, but the issue with that one is that's a lot of work. Or maybe some other character, I don't know. Oh. Yeah. I'm pretty sure for Eurydice it would be less a matter of wig work, or rather a matter of you could do that as wig work, and if you're a really good wig smith, it could look absolutely amazing. but I'm not. So it might be easier to do as like a headdress that kind of smooths out the like spirit gummed fake skin into the actual forehead. I'm not putting chia seeds on. No, no. Please, Epitome. I'm not like... Just because you've been in a fandom where people did dumb things like sit in bathtubs full of vodka and gray Sharpies doesn't mean that I would deign to do so. I know. You probably would have, though. I wouldn't even consider myself part of the fandom. I enjoyed Homestuck, but from a distance. Eh. Oh! Have you never heard that particular story, Tama? I see. Alright, so the story goes that, first off, actually, first off, Tama, how familiar are you with the webcomic Homestuck? Let's start with that. I haven't read it. I'm familiar with the cringy as fuck fandom. Alright, so that's a start. So, if you're familiar with the fandom, you probably would recognize that, yes, so in, I believe it's Act 4 of the series, we are introduced formally to this alien race of trolls, and one of their defining characteristics is they all have sort of mottled gray skin. Now, when people would go cosplaying from that series and do a troll, usually it would be something like they make body stockings, or they use body paint, and this is really good cheesy garlic bread. And oftentimes, because people were super eager and didn't do a lot of research, they didn't really think about okay, yeah. So they would have body paint on and like not properly seal it often, which means it would just sort of sweat and rub off on everything else. A real miserable thing to have happen around you. But one particular cosplayer at a convention decided to go a little too far. Oh yeah, I mean, the Undertale fandom has a huge overlap with the Homestuck fandom. I mean, it's kind of built in its DNA. But what happened is there was a cosplayer who came to a convention as part of a group of other Homestuck cosplayers. They were all doing trolls. And rather than do body stockings or do body paint in a proper way, that would have been that would have been not good enough for this particular person. What she did, I believe it was a she anyway, I don't remember. Oh yeah, that they don't seal body paint, yeah. But what happened is, rather than try to body paint herself, what she did was she filled the hotel bathtub with vodka, and she then put in a whole bunch of broken gray Sharpies, you know, the permanent marker. And I mean, it's a simple trick, because like, if you mix the ink from a Sharpie with alcohol, you can create a pretty decent dye. Instead, she chose to soak her entire body in the gray bath for hours on end, absorbing this in. Which, for one, very, very unsafe to do, because it can mess with how your skin has to naturally be able to breathe. And if you can't breathe or sweat properly because something like, say, Sharpie ink is blocking your skin respiration from working properly, then you could be in a lot of trouble. And yeah, as Epitome said, alcohol baths in general, also not a bad idea. Yes, she ended up, I believe, being kicked out of the convention because she ruined the bathtub. Like, I think I remember seeing a picture of how it looked after, and it was a nightmare. So she got kicked out of the hotel too. And also, because she had the bright idea to use Sharpies instead of body paint, Sharpie doesn't come off as easily. So she ended up having to go into work the next week, still mostly gray. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Also, yeah, it's not always, like, right in the hotel, but it's fairly common for a lot of conventions over here to have, like, a hotel or two fairly nearby the venue, just so people can, like, just as, like, an easy partnership thing that they can do as businesses. I don't know if that's a super common thing in conventions in other places. Okay, so this bit... Oh, why am I still on that? Okay, so like that. I traveled across Belgium on trains to get mine. Oh, that's rough. So suddenly Samus from Metroid enters your train in full armor. God, I wish. That sounds like a dream. The Samus Metroid. Just walking in full Prima? I think Prima is like one of the good suits. I don't remember. Okay. Eva Foam Warp. Ooh, I'm so jealous. I wanted to do I wanted to make proper Warpla and Ava Prome's phone stuff for years, and just I've never really managed to do it, so color me jealous. Okay, put and then this up. That's what grandmas are for. Your grandma knows how to work Warpla? That's really cool. We both do. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good for you. It's a skill I've wanted to learn for a while. And it's really cool that you've already gotten a good handle on it. And this one goes to like here. And lots of just sitting around waiting for glue to dry and burning fingers on heat guns. That reminds me, I need to get my heat gun back from my parents' place if I'm gonna start doing cosplay stuff. But yeah, chat, are there any cosplays that you think I might like? It could just be like, what are characters or series that you think I'd like, and I could kind of work from there too. I'd be a good cosplayer? Oh, I would be a good cosplay. I mean, yeah, that is true. I guess I could try doing that. That's a good idea, Tama. I'll add it to my list of considerations. I'm also still not sure how I'm gonna, like, have the things picked out. If I want to do that as, like, this is something I have total control over, or let there be more, like, audience participation, too. Oh, excuse me. guess to just make all the poles. I guess I could try that. Besides, I still need to get more stuff to do something like that, so it would give me a little more time. List isn't open, by the way. Oh, that's right. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me, Tama. Alright, let me fix that real quick. There we go. Much better. There we go. Something like it. Okay, I can do the hair or the back of the hair next. Or I can finish off the eyes, and since... Oh, actually no, I guess I'll just do the eyes first. Hey! How does it feel to be reaching your goal? It feels a little surreal. I don't totally believe that I'm quite there yet. So, time will tell. Only a few more streams to go. Here's hoping. Okay, now for this, I'm actually going to try using a tool that I don't use all that often. Let's see, which one of these? Ah, there it is, the stamp. Okay, so just relax until that final bell rings. So maybe, I hope so. No, this isn't quite working. Let's try putting it. Let's try putting it here. There we go. No, that doesn't quite work as well. How long do you think you've been going in total? Oh, that is really hard to say because, I mean, I've basically been going for even longer than I've been able to stream it because I kept working on remaking what I already had while when I had the computer crash. I've been following for 1 month, 25 days, and 3 hours, and they've been a very nice 1 month, 25 days, and 3 hours. Thank you very much. There we go. Now let's work on the her, all this her. Okay, so the hair starts here. It can start here, yeah. Also, is it the right size? Yeah, it was, okay. About 2 months kind of feels longer. It does. You know, it does. Sometimes I remember the great before times. Oh! Thank you, Vini Live, for raiding. How are you doing? I don't think I've ever met you before, so it's really nice to do that. Make yourself at home, okay? And thank you for joining the Warren Vini Live. For all those just coming in. Oh, you found me on peer-to-peer. Oh, nice, nice. That's really exciting. I found a couple people on there myself, so it's nice to... It's nice feeling to see it go the other way, too. But hi, my name is Speed. I am a jackalope. Well, or the taxidermy of a jackalope anyway, brought to life. I stream almost every day of the week at the moment, except Sunday. I do a mix of digital art, like what I'm doing here, which is back in the Trans Day of Visibility, I promised every trans and non-binary VTuber who commented on a post that I would draw them, so it's taken a lot longer than I expected. But beyond that, I do stuff like roguelikes and RPGs, tabletop games, singing, both just like performing it and also kind of giving sort of singing lessons. I just did my first tier stream video last Saturday. That was a lot of fun. I worked out scientifically, of course, what the best cryptid to date would be. And this week I'm also trying some new stuff, like a creepypasta read-along, and doing some tarot readings, maybe. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing more of me, you can check me out on Twitter too, link down in the panels below, and that will show you basically a schedule every month as to what you can, or not every month, sorry, every Sunday usually, what you can expect for the rest of the week stream-wise. But again, thank you either way for hanging out and coming over with the raids. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So this goes out a little bit like this. Still, thank you. There we go. see. Let's turn off the sketch for a little bit. Okay, I need to do a little bit of the hair above here. But I think that's otherwise pretty much it. That's pretty good. Also, I forgot to ask, but what's Clone Hero? I saw that you're playing that, but I don't think I've ever heard of it. Something like that, and then something like that. Clone Hero is... Guitar Hero, but not for... Oh, that kind of clone. I get it. Man, Guitar Hero takes me back. Like, I was always terrible at any part in Guitar Hero other than singing because I don't have good eye-hand coordination, but still, that's like... I was a theater kid in high school, so... You know that shit came out at every cast party. Same, I'm terrible at it too, but it's fun. Good. That's really the only important part on playing things like that, right? Hey, oh, as it's super easily moddable and get tons of good songs with it. What kind of songs do y'all like playing in chat? Or, like, specifically playing in rhythm games, I guess, to be more precise. I don't really have good taste. Oh. Thank you very much, RedCat6, for joining the Warren. I really appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy yourself here. I personally don't feel like I have super good music tastes, like, or I'm not very good at discovering new music, I guess. So I usually end up just finding one kind of artist and sort of, that's my special artist interest. And then maybe I'll find another one and kind of branch out from there if I'm lucky. All my viewers were doing requests, but I find K-pop that is very much on the pop end real fun. It's got a beat that's easy to work with while also sounding good to me. Well, I've never I've never actually really listened that much to K-pop, I guess. Maybe I should give it a try, though. I mean, if it's got entire armies worth of people, then clearly there must be something to it, right? Let's see, what have I been listening to even recently?
Podcast.
Oh, other than podcasts, I mean. I've listened to some Florence and the Machine, listened to some Orville Peck, some sea shanties.
A lot of sea shanties.
A lot of sea shanties, that's true. BTS Army kind of scares me, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a weirdly aggressive way of calling yourselves fans. Like, do you really need to make yourself an army? Do you have, like, military training that you do to protect your idols? I don't really get it, but as long as they don't get into huge feuds where they
As long as they don't do war crimes.
Yeah, I mean, not doing war crimes, that's also good. I feel like that should be kind of a baseline for people in general, but...
Hey, Racy.
Hey, Racy, how you doing? that. And that. Sleepies. Oh, Pat's the sleepy turkey. How are you all? Well, I'm doing pretty well. I've had a surprisingly busy day for just like drawing a whole bunch, or not even a whole bunch, but drawing more trans non-binary VTubers. I think this is now like my 3rd raid today.
Oh, sure.
Which is kind of wild to me. I really appreciate it, though. Every little bit helps. Other than that, I haven't really done too much today. I spent some time with my partner going for a walk. I did a whole bunch of sneezing because it's allergy season. Then I hung out, watched a video about queer content and stuff like cartoons and sitcoms and that kind of TV pop culture. And then I got on and got streaming. Oh, and I also spent a lot of time trying to think up the best way to make a legitimate like mecha pilot in 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons without actually using any homebrew. Oh, and I was also talking during stream about about how to decide, now that chat decided I'm going to be a cosplay V-streamer, what exactly I should, like how I should decide what I'll be cosplaying next. Currently, the options I'm considering are Celeste from Animal Crossing, Dusa from Hades, Eurydice also from Hades, me, as in, you know, Bee Bunny, the peculiar little rabbit. And beyond that, that's pretty much all of the ideas I have, so if anyone has any, or suggestions on how to best, like, organize something to help decide, because deciding is always the hardest part for me, so I wouldn't mind the help with, like, figuring out which I should do next through some kind of poll or patron system or something. I still got a little bit of time though, because I need to actually get the materials, or not the materials, the equipment to to stream a separate viewpoint. Okay, so I think we got that done. Let's move on to the shading now. And maybe something like this. Oh, you're a fan of Celeste Redcat? She's admittedly one of my favorite NPCs from Animal Crossing series. But other than that, I was just talking about what kind of stuff is going to be happening on my stream this week. got a collab to continue playing Borderlands on Thursday. I've got a stream tomorrow night, which is another kind of experimental one. I'm playing Binding of Isaac, which, I mean, that's nothing new, but I'm also going to be I'm going to be doing some creepypasta reading, because I have someone who, like, collects them every year, and they're always pretty good in original stories. And then maybe if people are interested, I could do something like do some tarot readings. That would be tomorrow's stream. Oh, and as always, and if there's anyone new in here who hasn't heard it yet, if you want to keep up on everything that I stream week to week and when, the place to go for that is over on Twitter, where either Sunday or Monday I'll always be posting my schedule of what's to come that week. And, of course, the specific times, too. And I think that catches y'all up to everything. So I hope you're still having a good day, too, out there, everyone. Because I know I am. A little sleepy of a day. I've just been a little sleepy in general lately. I think it's probably to do with a mix of the allergies and, in general, not having the best sleep sleep cycle. Also, maybe this is a weird question, but for those of you in chat who enjoy season changes, always knock me out. Same. I've got seasonal allergies to spring, fall, winter, kind of, technically. It's not very fun. A quick question, though, because I recently started reading, just for funsies, the new D&D supplement for the Ravenloft settings, and I was thinking, hey, that could be fun to maybe do sometime. And I was kind of curious, what are people's favorite sorts of horror, if you have a favorite? If you're it's weird. If I'm making horror, I'm totally fine, and I can usually handle, like, watching or reading or listening to it without too much trouble. But every now and then something will still get me somehow. But for those of y'all who enjoy horror too, what are your favorite kinds? Like, genres of horror, I mean. Psychological horrors are always a treat. Oh, do you mean that in the sense of, like... What's a good example, really? I guess something like Silence of the Lambs is kind of a psychological horror.
It was only called a psychological thriller because they didn't want to give an Oscar to a horror movie.
True. For those of you who are new here, the voice in the background is my mod Epitome, who is also my partner.
Which I need to go charge.
And roommate. I think that I've got a little bit of a fondness for cosmic horror, in the sense that, hey, ironically enough, wouldn't it be entertaining to have people who aren't already persecuted minorities know what it feels like to feel like the world around you just doesn't care about whether you exist or not. Haha, wouldn't that be totally funny, and definitely not something that I experience and can sympathize with on a regular basis. Not me. But usually I like more, I think, gothic horror. Like horror about past terrible things that have happened and dealing and coming to terms with that. Or more like folk horror. Like horror based on old superstitions and stuff like that. Racy says, I like ones that are mostly supernatural, if that counts, not so bloody. Yeah, I think that counts, because I mean, like, that's definitely not something that'll be for everyone, and at a certain point, things that are super gory just stop being scary, because, like, there's so much of it, it just kind of loops back around to comedy. Which is another one, actually. I really enjoy horror comedies, because I genuinely think that comedy and horror are so closely interconnected that it takes a really good mix of the two to make something that comes across super solidly as both horrifying and also just funny. Alright, Tama, sleep well, have sweet dreams, and I'll see you around. Oh yeah, Evil Dead is a fantastic example. It's still a genuinely scary movie, but it's also a genuinely funny one, too. And the funny doesn't do anything to detract from the horror. If anything, it makes it, by contrast, more scary. Midsommar is a great horror film based on Swedish folklore. Yeah. I'll be honest, I haven't watched Midsommar myself Midsommar. I haven't watched Midsommar myself. And again, night, good night, Tama, sweet dreams, mwah. And I'm honestly not sure if I will watch Midsommar, because on the one hand, as someone who is a non-binary trans femme person, I get why so many trans women have had feelings about this movie, because you can read it as an allegory for someone who is in a miserable place in their lives and surrounded just by maleness, finding acceptance and a new lease on life through a new femme-centric community, that sort of thing. But at the same time also, it's an incredibly dark and very, very racist villain too, which kind of makes things a little too uncomfortable for me to watch it. Also, I'm not really good with endings that are super downers like that, or like the director's previous work. I think that was Hereditary? I'm pretty sure. Ooh, you got one of the Bishoujo horror icon models? Nice! I unironically really love those. They're so absurd, it's hard not to. Also, I need to see this circuit. I love the old horror movies, the ones that aren't actually terrifying anymore with practical effects. That's fair. You need the Beetlejuice one. I feel like Beetlejuice would get too into it. But yeah, I agree, Epitome. I like that, But I also like horror movies where the old practical effects have actually made it so it ages way better. Like all of those kind of old-fashioned monster movies with practical effects, I have a huge fondness for, because I don't want to sound too much like a boomer movie enthusiast, but the thing about special effects is if they are 3D, there will come a time when they look bad. It's just a fact of how technology works. But good practical effects will always look good, or at the very least, they will always look like something. Because when CGI fails, it's very obvious that there's nothing there. When practical effects fail, you might know that it's not what it says it is, but you know it's still something. There's still something there. Or that's how I read it, at least. You need the Beetlejuice. Oh wait, I already reacted to that one. Why am I so today? Probably the allergies. Stupid allergies. You know what, allergies? Fuck you. Antis your histamines. Practical effects in Pan's Labyrinth. Yes, I loved Pan's Labyrinth. It was a movie that was very hard to watch at a lot of the parts because of how unrelentingly brutal and graphic it could get, but it was still a very good movie and a very good dark fantasy. I also remember how the little alien in Aliens was originally going to be a dog in a costume, but it was too cute. Oh, that sounds so adorable. I hope that there's, like, test photos that they took of that, because I want to see what it would have looked like. They are? There are? Oh, can you send some to me, Epitome? I want to see. I want to see this little alien pupper. Alright. Oh! Oh no! Oh no! That's so cute! Oh, I love it! I love it so much. Thank you for that, Epitome. I will cherish this gift of a greyhound dressed as a xenomorph. that's the tail. And the song has big Avicii vibes. This good girl just putting on her costume. Yes, she is a very good girl. Alright, so I need to do the outside line. Oh. Not quite. See. What program am I using to draw? I'm using a fairly old at this point free program called GIMP. It's totally free, and this is the newest build of it, so it has a fair amount of tools. It's not like the best by any stretch, and if you're willing to put out some cash, I would probably recommend something like Clip Studio instead. But I mean, for what I am capable of doing with the tools that I have anyway, because I really don't know a lot of the tools in even this fairly simple program. And for what I need, it does it. So I mean, could I and should I probably move on to something potentially better? Yeah, but it's alright enough, I guess. You draw too, Red Cat? Something like that, and then like this. Oh no, not at all. Oh, alright. Oh, it's never too late if you want to learn. My friend makes super detailed drawings on MS Paint, and I'm just amazed. That is pretty amazing. But, I mean, that is kind of the point, I guess. Like, theoretically, anything can be used if it's capable, if it's being used by capable enough people. At least in my experience. There we go. Wish I had a little more energy to work with today. I feel like I am even quieter than I normally am on stream, which I mean is something I do want to work on improving. Because while there's definitely some benefit to being this kind of chill, low energy, comfy stream, I would like to also be able to talk if I can, like, think of anything to talk about. This, oh, you're fine? Alright. I appreciate it, either way. Honestly, low energy streams are a better vibe. Oh? Well, that's fair, I guess. I just worry sometimes, I guess, that what if me just like not talking, just kind of vibing to music and drawing isn't like a engaging enough thing for people to want to watch. Oh, ow, 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 my ankle. Okay, I would call that one done. So let's sign off on it. Think you engage with everyone plenty. It's hard to always be coming up with things to say on your own when no one else is saying much either. I guess so. I guess it's just one of those things where it's like, is the engagement something that I could or should try to work on more? Or, Still freaked out about when I start streaming, no idea how I'll act. Well, do you want to be more of a character, or do you want to be more just trying to be like an honest or an earnest kind of yourself? 'Cause I think both have merits. Lucky. There we go. Okay. So Lucky is done. Okay, let's see about Nyanko next. Oh, a trash kitty. She's cute. Alright, let's find a good picture for her. Oh my. I'll either be way too quiet or way too hyper. Thank you for the hydrate, Red Cat. And now I got, first, let's paste this in for the next ref. Excuse me. Nope, I want to keep the ratio. I would say personally, Racy, I would recommend probably starting from a high point to see what's comfortable, and then you can kind of tone yourself down as you feel necessary. Because I think, personally at least, I find it's a lot harder to start in a low place and go up than it is to start in a high place and go down, energy-wise. That would be my advice. But again, you should really just try and focus on doing whatever is comfortable for you. Let's put her maybe around here. Alright. Okay. I just saw that, I just saw that, Coffee Kuma had gotten her first scab in, and, that was an interesting and fun one to see. Excuse me. Alright, let's get started on her. No, wrong layer. There we go. Alright. She's got a fairly thin neck, so let's keep it so. It tapers off into her shoulders, which are also pretty thin. Something like that, I think. Got little toe beans. Got little toe beans on the paw print on her jacket. Let's turn this back on and zoom in. I like how she's very insistent that she is not an opossum. She is a trash kitty. Kind of like that ambiguity. Trash kitty or a possum. Either way, she's got a pretty cute little design. Very cozy. And there, keep going down. Okay. Well, looks like the hair is kind of gonna go, for the symmetrical part anyway, gonna go like that. And it goes in a little bit here. Get a couple of those. Gonna dip for now, but this has been fun. Well, thank you for hanging out, Red Cat. I really appreciate the company. I hope you swing by again sometime. But for now, have a good rest of your day. Bye. Bye, Red Cat. Nice seeing ya. Oh. Thank you very much, Nyanko, for joining the warren. Make yourself comfy, and I hope you enjoy. We only just recently started up on yours, so you haven't missed much. edges kind of go up like this and down, and then they got sort of like a little, almost like a little heart-shaped top that circles back down again. And you got little fluffy bits inside. Why, I just got telemarketer robot calls in 5 minutes. 3 of them. Wow. That is weird. Huh. Alright. Here we go. I can do these bits underneath the ears too. They're symmetrical. So I got a little kitty head. But it's nice to hang out with you, Nyanko. If you're new over here, I stream, or well, first off, hi. I'm B. I'm a jackalope, except, well, I guess technically only a taxidermy of a jackalope. But I'm just out here vibing, trying my best. But I stream every day of the week except Sunday for now. And I do a mix of... This isn't coming along right. I guess I'll try and start from this part maybe. And I do a mix of digital artwork streams like this, RPGs, roguelikes, tabletop games, music, soon to be stuff like cosplay. I basically just do whatever I feel like, I guess. So I hope you enjoy it, dear. There we go. There we go. Is that right? There's the problem, okay. Something like that, I think. Okay, anything... yeah, I can do the rest of the outside of the hair, too. Alright. Let's work on that. Probably should go more like that, I think, though. Yeah, I think that works. Something like that. That goes down and out to this, and out to the side a little bit. There Excuse me. It's a good vibe, this song. I feel like there's a whole lot of Mario in it. And maybe that's just me. Also, why do these songs so frequently just sort of cut off so abruptly, I wonder? Who knows? Just kind of goes like that. Then one over here. I like the black bangs they have. It's cute. Yeah, I think so too. It adds extra little splash of color contrast, which is always nice. Hey, Nyanko. Hope you're enjoying it so far. And again, welcome, welcome. to line art. There we go. Alright, Racy, I'll be here whenever you're back. Don't worry. Oh, wait, no, I see. It's another kitty head. Alright, let's revise that a little bit then. That's not gonna work. Gonna be a solid brush. That one. Excuse me. Hey, get out of here, ant. Shh. Shoo, ant, shoo. Hey, no. Get out of here. Little ant. Alright. Go. So we'll look here. So now I also need to do the toes down here. Let's disable that first. Okay. There we go. Quick save of the progress so far. Let's move on down to the next section. Oh gosh. Excuse me. Welcome back, Race Fluff. You haven't missed too much, so don't worry. Hope whatever you needed to do went well. You're welcome. Is that a Vocaloid? I think it is. Huh. I wasn't expecting to hear that in this kind of song. Alright. Scroll down a little bit. See. Yeah, got that. I guess then let's do the eyes and the interior face, and then I'll just turn it off so I can finish the hair. And yeah, and we'll be on. Oh, and we'll be on to doing the shading. like this, and like this, like this. Excuse me. Something like that. Dark people inside. Turn off the vertical. And make a little highlight. And make another little highlight. Yawn. Oh, all right. And the hydrate. Thank you very much. Alright, so let's see this part. Let's put this on one more time for now. Oh, nope. This part I want to go from here up to a central point there. How far away from that are you, Epitome? I'm safe and sound, I'm safe and sound, I'm safe and sound. Excuse me. I'm at 4.1k right now. Well, it's not too far off. You'll be fine. Hey, can you see if the dryer's done? Well, I don't hear it. So, I guess so. Let me check. Once I finish doing a little more of this. Sorry. Okay. Whatever epitome you want. Aww. That was nice of you. Alright, if you insist. I know, don't worry. I'm looking at smaller one of these. So in that case, Racy, do you have a character you would like to name yourself? Otherwise, Epitome, can you work out in the mod control panel how to refund the points? I think that's something you can do as a mod. You'll think of something then? Okay. Okay, let's see. Did I get... no, I did not. Gotta remember that stuff too. Vertical again for a sec. There we go. Turn that off for a little bit. Okay. Something over there too. Alright, that should be it for the line art. So now let's go in and start shading. Start with something fairly dark for the down here colors.
Puppies are outside.
I saw.
I get
I hope not.
He's growing really big.
What?
Puppy is growing very big.
Hmm. Oh, I guess this should only have the one. Alright, let's fix that real quick. There we go. Okay. Alright. A little lighter. Maybe like here? Yeah. I think it will do just fine. I love how it looks like she's got a little heart-shaped top of the ear. It's very cute. I'm starting to get a callus on my drawing hand. It's probably not good. It's probably not quite. Blister at least, maybe. Gotta keep stretching and making sure that my hand is comfy. but I can do that just fine. Wow, I never even thought that your hands must get super sore from all this. A little bit. I try to take care of my hands fairly well and make sure that they get plenty of rest between streams, but it does still sometimes get kind of bad. What I really ought to get is one of those like drawing guards that kind of cushion your fingers a little bit. That could be nice. Not really sure where I would get one though. All I know is my mama bunny has a lot of problems with arthritis and such, carpal tunnel, so I want to take real good care of my hands. Okay. Oh, there's a whole section I missed. Okay, let's cover that up. Okay, I think that's roughly all of that part. Yeah, it looks like it's about right. Alright, so now let's put the ref layer back on. Move it on over here, maybe? Or no, actually I can just zoom out. That will still work fine. Alright, so what now? I guess let's do the inner parts of the ears, maybe. So those are both fairly dark. There's no reason I couldn't have done this part with the reflection, but oh well. It's only a little bit of time loss. Right? Maybe like there. That's not bad. This part at least. Well, that's basically it. So now I just need to go in and tidy up. Zoom in. There we go. Oh, I also need to do the kitties. Forgot about them. Let's grab the color real quick for it. Zoom in. You little kitty. Pretty little kitty. Another pretty little kitty. Excuse me. Yeah, now it's starting to come together. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Hey, Epitome, are you still in the chat? You must be off somewhere busy. That's alright. I'm a little low? Oh, sorry. I was just saying, Epitome, if you're still here, I've got a little favor to ask. Could just be you? That could be true, I guess. Let me check. I mean, I see a fair amount of people watching, but I think most of them are just lurking.
Sorry, I have a hard time hearing sometimes.
Oh, that's alright. I just figured you were still on chat, so I called you there.
I was. What's up?
Basically, I just wanted a reminder to later tonight after the stream, I need to upload the last couple weeks.
Okay.
Or at least start uploading the last couple weeks VODs to YouTube.
Okay. I can bug you about that.
Thank you.
Love you.
I love you too. What are you doing anyway?
What?
What you up to?
I just finished putting away clothes.
Alright.
Okay. Love you.
I love you too.
Ah, shit.
Oh no. Did something happen? I hope they're okay. Alright. I don't know why I'm so low energy today. I feel like I actually got more sleep than I usually do last night. Strange. wait, no, oh, come on. This part I can neaten up a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Oh, good art program. Alright. Now let's erase some of this excess down here. There we go. Okay, a little bit. I need to clean up stuff. Oh, no, wrong layer. This was on the right layer. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, I think it came out really well. Alright. Mia Knuckle. Mia Knuckle. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Mia Knuckle. I'm just about to sign off on it. Hey, Scar. Welcome, welcome. Mia. How have you been today, Scarf? Yeah. I can do it better with this. There we go. Okay. We are 6 done, 2 more to go. For this batch, anyway. Okay, so let's edit the list. Copy that. I'm glad you like it though. Once I get these last 2 for this one done, I'll be posting it and you'll be able to see it on Twitter. Alright, so let's go back to the link post and then let's reply. Now starting. Oh, this is Rose. I know Rose. Or I've spoke with Rose at least. She seems nice. Excuse me. Okay. Alright, let's see if I can get a nice clean reference pic of Rose's reference art. That's a little too simple. That's not bad. It's a little filtered. That's just straight up IRL pics. Let's see. I guess I can use this one. Probably. It's a little hard to make out some of the details, though. That's my only concern. I do want to really make sure that I can show just as much of her model as possible. Okay. Alright, it's a little hard to see with the filters on, but you know what? I'll still try and work with it. How well I'll be able to work with it, I'm not sure, but I'll try my best. Well, let's best get right into it then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, just 8 more to go now. Nice. Alright, so let's go to reference. Here the reference there. There the sketch there. And let's put a reference for Rose here. Oh wow, that ended up being much less clear than I'd hoped for the hair parts. Okay, I might need to try and find a slight. Oh, okay, so alright, if I keep it at full opacity, I can basically see everything that I need to. So I'm gonna have to just put this down on ref layer, and I'm gonna have to just bring ref layer's opacity up. Okay, yeah, that gives me just enough. I should be able to work with that. But yeah, I really enjoy what Rose has got going with her design. It's got a sort of, how should I put this? It's hard to explain, but it's got, the design has a sort of quality, like, she's very purposely kind of leaning into the uncanny inhumanness of the Fae. And it's a subtle enough thing, and it's not like it makes her model any less cute. So I like it, at least. Let's start off with the sketch layer. So she's got a fairly rounded face too. Make sure I'm actually drawing on the sketch layer though. A fairly rounded face. Okay, maybe not quite that. No. Yeah. I think that's a good angle. Work. Yeah. Okay, now that's definitely gonna need to be bigger. Okay, let's make this wider. Now let's work up to the top of the head, like around thereabouts. Yeah, I think that's basically comparable. Oh, there we go. Alright, so it's got the little neck ruff, whatever that's called. Stepping away for a sec because new medical YouTube upload. Alright. Have fun, Epitome. Also, let me know whenever you want to do dinner so I'll be able to help you. And then it's got this fancified ruffles. Don't remember what the name for that kind of style is. Just think of them as fancified ruffles. Also, is it just me or are these models starting to get a little too small? No, it looks about right there. Lucky's might be a little on the small side comparatively. I guess I can try. It's serotonin syndrome. The too happy disease. That sucks. Imagine being too happy, chat. That'd be rough. Let's move this up a little bit. There's a little more room to play with. Oh, but she does have the ears, so I can't put her too far up either. Okay, I guess that'll have to do. Something kinda like that, I think. Okay, and I think that goes into like the space between this, which I think is supposed to be like a shirt collar. So I'll go with that. And these kind of go off to the side, and I think they do that kind of puckered up thing a little bit over here, so work that in. Is that wide enough? And I think it's about proportional. I think that works. Alright, so let's go up here. And like it's a little hard reading the visual design on her model because of the filter effects. But you know, it's a cute design still. I like the weird face stuff like this. Looks like the hair in the ears kind of goes like that. And this part goes down behind it. And she's got very curly hair, I think, if I'm reading this right. Which, I mean, judging also by, like, her IRL picture, I'm positive it's supposed to be curly hair. You don't really see that many models, especially 3D models with curly hair. Probably because it's a pain in the ass to model curls, like proper curls, and not just like ringlet curls. So kudos to anyone with the time and effort to do something like that, because that is a lot of work. Something like that, maybe? I think so. I think. I'm not totally sure what is on top of her head. I think those are kind of like the hairstyle you see from Giorno from JoJo Golden Wind. Or wait. Maybe not? Alright, I'm a little confused. I'm gonna be switching over reference images for a hot sec here. So, like, you can see, now that we've got this close-up, you can see that, like, on the 3D model, they look pretty much like, sort of like hair circlet, hair bun kind of rings, you know? But then, like, on the 2D reference art, those are very clearly flowers. I guess I'll go with flowers. I think I can do that. Those aren't particularly complicated flower designs. Yeah, I guess I'll go with that then. Alright. Okay, let's anchor that. Zoom back out. And now that I've got a clearer reference pic, I can also lower its opacity so I can still see what I'm doing on the sketch layer. Okay, put this here, zoom in, and let's start with the eyes. Got some nice cat's eye effects going on here. Although the puka isn't strictly a cat. It's got elements of like cat, rabbit, horse, all kinds of creatures in the puka. Welcome back, Epitome. How is the video? Good, I hope. Something like that. And she got the little cat's eye. Yeah, there we go. Now she's also got this really fun facial marking makeup. Let's make sure I get that worked in here. That goes like up and around. Sort of like that. Yeah. And she got a little bit of blushy blush. Sort of like, what do you call it? Like a Piero kind of makeup style. And I enjoy a good Piero. So on the mouth that goes like very slight cupid bow in the middle there. Okay, yeah, I did make it. I was worried I'd made it so faint or so slight that it wasn't even a cupid's bow anymore. Alright, so now we need the bottom lip. There we go. And the lip division. Something like that. She got little fangs. Nose. And the eyebrows. Pleasantly thick eyebrows. Also, Racy, if you're still here, I think you still have a redeem that you can, you know, redeem. I don't know if you've managed to think of anything yet, but offer still stands. Now I guess I'll just do this to kind of map out where the flowers are gonna go. At least I'm pretty sure they're flowers. I wish we had Rose here in chat so I could ask her to be sure. But I mean, like on the model they look more like this kind of like ringlet dealy, but then on the 2D reference they look, those are just flowers. And like on the 2D art that she did, they also kind of look more like flowers, so I'm pretty sure they're flowers. Already named one racing the group in the one with the group. Is this for a new game or the same one? For now, it's for the same one. However, if you want, instead of naming a new character, you could also suggest things that you want your current character to do if you want to have them be more involved. If I had to guess, it probably looks like ringlets on the third one because of Vroid limitations. Yeah, I'd imagine as such. That's what I'm working with anyway. If Sister Rose shows up, I'll be able to ask her in person, but if not, then that's fine. Then I'll just do what I can with what it looks like to me. And so then the hair kind of goes like this, and like this. Yep, Orville hasn't been introduced yet, but they will be. And here it goes like that, and then it comes back up, and around to there. It's kind of like these bands of color in it too. And then the hair kind of goes down like that, I think. Alright. It's a little hard to read with all of the stuff, but you know, I think I can do it. What I'm saving up for will be named Tony, you think? Alright. Let's give her a couple more of these. Like the curly bits. Just cause, you know, just cause. Alright. Let's move on to the line art layer. Yeah, line art layer. Alright, so let's start. Oh wait, wrong layer. Even after I did the whole song and dance too. Although, of course, you could only see the song. See the song, you could only hear the song. Okay, something like that. I think that should do. Hey, Epitome, could you do me a favor, please? Could you get me a Band-Aid, please? I'm not bleeding or anything, I just need something to cushion my finger. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, hey, jeez. Hey, Abby. Thanks for the hydrate. How you doing today, hon? Pretty alright, about to shower and idle until dinner. Alright. Oh, I know we didn't really get a chance to hang out last night when we usually would, or at least when we sometimes would. But would you and Epitome be up for watching something or another tonight? If not, that is also okay. There might be a Civ game scheduled in my Discord. Alright. I'll be around, so I'll keep an eye out. There we go. And she's got the cat pupils. Maybe I'm having grump hours right now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Epitome. I hope I can help you cheer up a little bit later if you still feel down. Don't make them too big. I don't think they're that big. I guess they're alright still. I think something like this. Going up to something like that. Alright. Oh no, zoom in. In these out. Where she got thick eyebrows, she doesn't have unruly eyebrows. I think if my drawing hand is up to it afterwards, I'm gonna finally try and sketch out the Tooth Fairy. Or at least a rough concept thereof. Won't really be much work going on in that yet until I can, like, concretely finish the big art projects I've already got. But not including this. This is totally separate. I think that's about right. I think so. Erase this. Wow, this is a song that's a lot more... Huh. You know what? Sure, man, you do you. Like, I started listening to that and I heard, oh, okay, so is it gonna be like werewolf metaphors? And no, he's just explicitly singing about being a werewolf. You know? Live your truth, dude. Huh. Get the cricks out of my neck a little bit. Wow, that was a really short song, too. We need more honest werewolf songs. Oh wait, is this like just a continuation of it? I don't see a new song popping up, so I guess there's just a weird, too long pause in the middle of this one. Got something itchy in my ear. Here we go. What would a dishonest werewolf song sound like, though? I'm kind of wondering now. 2009 city pop song about having a good time as a werewolf. I feel like that's a very explicit not explicit, a specific reference to something that I can't recall. Less specific than you think. Just that whole era of music was really dishonest. Huh. I guess I never really took a deep look into 2009's pop music scene, but it's an interesting take. Hmm. From 2007 to 2010, the charts were dominated by pop anthems, mostly detached from the economic reality of the recession. Yeah, I guess that's true. But how much of that is, like, being willfully dishonest versus, like, escapism from the abject depression of reality? That's what I wonder. Something like that, maybe. It's a fine line to tread. For sure. I think this goes like out and in. Let's just do all the out ones first, maybe. I tend to think that it errs on the side of disconnection with the public. It's not always obvious if they understand what meaningful dreams and escapism look like. That's a part of the reason why we got Lord. Lord? I didn't realize we were returning to a feudal era in music. That sucks. The teenage singer behind... Oh! Wait, was she lying when she said that we could be royals? Do we not have a chance at that? Oh, that stinks. I guess. I mean, I don't really want to be monarchist. But I guess that is a very narrow field to try and enter, really. And fortunately, the opportunities to do so are growing slimmer. We do, but the song itself is a rejection of the standards of opulence in the pop rap industry. I see. How so? I'm not super familiar with the song other than I remember hearing Weird Al's parody Tinfoil. But I am curious, as ever. I'll find a couple lyrics. Alright. So I guess now let's head to work on this part. But everybody's like Crystal. Oh. Thank you very much, Sister Rose, for joining the Warren. Hi. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Any quality that I come up with is just out of working long enough to think that maybe my drawings aren't all terrible. While you're here, I was meaning to ask, the red in your hair, that's meant to be flowers like the reference are in 2D, right? Because they're great secretly. I guess. But everybody's like Crystal, Maybach, diamonds on your timepiece. Jet planes, islands, tigers on a gold leash. We don't care. We aren't caught up in your love affair. Huh. Interesting. Roses, right. Oh. You know, now that I think about it, yeah, that does make sense with your name. Alright, so let's see. The outside bits of the hair kind of go like this. And occasional more severe curls like that and that. Not quite down here, I think. It goes up, goes down. I struggle with my hair. Although, if I recall from what I've heard my friends talk about before, in Vroid, hair is, like, literally everything, so... So I can imagine it's quite a difficult ask sometimes. easy enough to do ringlets like that in Vroid. I struggle to draw them. Yeah, I think I think as much as people like to make it like there's this big divide between what Vroid and what Live 2D can do, and I feel like people like to make it out that there's this big conflicting fight over which one's better, but I mean, honestly, the fact is there's just some things that both systems can do better than the other, and that's it. Exactly, that's another excellent point, yeah, because Live 2D either requires you to have the... Like, I technically did my Live 2D model for free because I just drew it all and it took me like 3 weeks to figure it out, since I was mostly working on my own to how to rig it, but I mean, for most people, because they'll want to either have someone else do the hard parts of the rigging or the art, it is something that's really pricey. And Vroid is a very capable software that is pretty much entirely free. Like, you can pay into it if you want to get, like, content made by other users, but it's totally optional. Pretty bad ADHD, so I've never been able to learn to draw well enough to do something presentable. I didn't think I was really anywhere close to presentable either until fairly recently-ish. I'm decent with 3D, so that's something I'm going to develop more in the future. Bought the dress off of Booth. Let's see, where was I? I guess from here I can move inwards and take the eye stuff. Oh no, that's too close. Let's do like that. There we go. Like, even things like the creases on your scarf, on your model, I'd struggle to get remotely right, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I get that, but to be honest, I feel like my model's a complete mess. But I guess to be fair, I would feel like that with kind of any model that I make myself. Because the fun thing about being an artist is imposter syndrome. And you don't even get to have fun memes about being tiny little alien spacemen. You think it's cute? Well, thank you. I did work hard on it, and I know that people do like my style because, well, people say they like my style, and I am getting some work for it, which, I mean, is still something that surprises me. But I'm not about to question it, so long as it's good, challenging, fun projects that I can work on. Okay, so let's make this part fairly soft, if possible. Okay. It looks like this eases into the sort of shading line. Something like that. Because that's gonna go like up to here, kinda, basically. But thank you, though. I do appreciate it. I'm starting to come to terms with the idea that maybe I do have the occasional art in me. And it's fun. As hard as the work can be sometimes, it's still something really fun and enjoyable, so I'm happy to do it. Oh, I don't know if you were able to see any of it, but I did the what's the most stateable cryptid thing a couple of days ago. Ended up being 60 different cryptids that I had to go through, but ended up with a couple of pretty highly ranking Celtic and some Scottish ones, and I think at least a couple of Irish too. Yeah, I mean, I think you're a cryptid. Like, a puka is definitely something that, I mean, is rumored to exist, that people both believe and disbelieve in, that has had sightings, and such kind of lore throughout the years. I like to draw a more monstrous form for myself sometime. Ooh, yeah, that would be fun. If you do, I'd love to see it. It's something that I've been kind of considering doing myself because, like, while I do like this model, I also, like, it was before I really knew how to use this system particularly well, and I feel like it's very limiting too, since because I was using the free version, I only made basically my my top half of my body as a functional model and not even any arms, so like what you see is what exists of my current model, and I'd like to sometime soon do a revamp of the design, maybe change some stuff up too. I was thinking of giving myself a more monstrous form for that as like an alternate kind of look. Not totally sure what exactly I would want it to look like though, outside of maybe amping up the what am I trying to think of? The patchwork nature. What would you be, Racy? That's tough. Are you asking in terms of, like, what cryptid would most fit a turkey? Or are you asking, like, you personally as a human, what would you be most like? My forms are a human, cat, fox, anthro with goblin-y face, spiderwick, chronicles-esque, puka, cat folk, can slide between keishi. I think that's keishi. I know it's bun-shi, so the shi's there, but my more monstrous form might have some goat parts though, like the traditional puck. Nice! Always love a goat in this household. I don't know, just being silly. Wonder if the character would be classified as something. Maybe. Catchy. Alright, catchy. Or Kateshi, depending on the pronunciation. Alright. Alright. A white fur on my chest comes from my Scottish Kateshi heritage. Oh, that's cute. connect these two. Quiet. 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 Alright. Quiet. Don't know if that's fast enough, but I think I understand. I was saying earlier how I really appreciate how you've leaned into the more uncanny aspects of the design rather than trying to shy away and err on the side of more humanoid looking, at least in terms of the aesthetics here. Also, thick eyebrows. I've drawn so many thin eyebrows for these, and they can look cute, don't get me wrong, but I appreciate just drawing big ol' eyebrows. It's nice not to have to make tiny shapes for everything. And something like that, and something like that. And this one is gonna go through to like here, I think. Okay. Go. I think so. Yeah. Plus, you can quote me on this, I'll fight people if they don't think big eyebrows are cute. They're very cute. There's more eyebrow to love. I meant to be a monster girl cryptid type rather than a super cutesy cat girl. Comes across well. Also, there's elements of my IRL appearance, thus the thick eyebrows, prominent cheeks, etc. I have small eyes IRL, though. The eyes are meant to be big goblin eyes in that form, since Poka are often compared to goblins. Nice. Yeah, it is still cute. And I always love when I see VTuber models that try to like break away from the mold of just the traditional anime types of appeal to cuteness and such. I mean, granted, I'm not saying I'm particularly un-anime by any stretch, but like, there's just a lot more ways to make cute character designs than only using anime tropes, for appearance anyway. Okay, let's see, so it kind of is gonna like loop, or not loop, but floop. Yeah, I think it's gonna floop around that side. So something like that. Oh, there we go. Like that, then this. Oh, wait, no, that's the airbrush. Why did it turn into an airbrush? This goes like whoosh. Or wait, no, if it goes fwa, then that doesn't leave me any room to resolve this. Does it? No, it doesn't. Okay, so let's do that. And that. Also, since my model is Vroid, it is a bit anime. Oh yeah, I think that's a little hard to avoid though when it's built into the platform. I tried to customize it fit along the line. Okay, so I think that is the basics for that part. Let's zoom in. This goes like that. Yeah. Okay, and the cheeks too. Let's turn the vertical on for this little bit. Cheeks go kind of like... There we go. In terms of anime adjacent, you'll notice my fur coloration is kind of patterned off of Koyashi from FF7 though I have white fur skin on arms and legs too, and my full polka form probably doesn't. I see. I see, I see, I see. I see, I see, I see, I see. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Where to next? It's alright. Honestly, one of my favorite things to one of my favorite things to do the autistic hyper-focus interest in is like looking into the meaning and the whys and the hows of character design, so I do not mind in the slightest. Hey, same hat! Well, you actually have pretty decent odds, I found out recently. Also, I feel like I'm maybe peaking the microphone a little bit. Let me turn it down. There we go. But yeah, I remember hearing a few years back the statistic that I think it's if you are either autistic or trans in some capacity, then I think you're something like 8 times more likely to have the other of those two things as well. It's something about how both autism and gender identity both work out of the same part of the brain that has like the sense of self and that kind of like self-recognition, self-identity thing. I don't remember all the details, but that's what I remember at least. Alright, let's see how well I can draw roses. Because I don't particularly often draw flowers, so let's grab a rose reference too. Okay. So, let's see, it looks like they're mostly going to be angled fairly forwards. So, I should be able to get away with maybe something like this. Yeah, alright. No, I just want the picture, thank you. Copy image. Let's bring this over into the canvas. Yeah, having bipolar disorder too, identity becomes a whole thing. For me, being a VTuber has very little to do with privacy since I didn't separate identities, and a lot to do with expressing myself through an avatar. Also because I can get anxiety with a camera and don't have a good setup for filming. Oh, borderline rather than bipolar. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't have a ton of experience with borderline personality disorders or understanding them particularly well, but definitely get the anxiety thing. And I mean, VTube, the VTubing is definitely a great way to have that sense of personalizable expression. So I can see where you're coming from there for sure. Alright, now let's go to the ref layer and let's put this like up here for reference. Maybe, yeah, that'll do. Okay. Yeah, I honestly kind of jumped into this whole VTubing thing perhaps a little quicker than I normally would, but I just really wanted to get into it, which had the unfortunate side effect of I didn't really think about what kind of like name I would want to use. So I just ended up picking the name that I was planning to use, or have been experimenting at least with using for trans stuff anyway. But then I realized, maybe it's not a super great idea to have the exact same name as a fictionalized character who isn't totally me or totally not me. But, whoops. That happens, I guess. I imagine it's a little like what the guy who played the Steve in Blue's Clues, how they had the actor have the same name as the character, and he started having like identity crises over which version of him people were talking about. I imagine at worst having that kind of character overlap with myself could be something like that, but I highly doubt it's gonna get that bad. Or really bad at all, I guess. Because, well, Mr. Rogers was like that, IRL Steve was not. True. Alright. That's 2 roses down, so what I can do to help with this part is I can basically take one of these, copy and paste a few more, and then make sure they overlap correctly with the rest of the lines. You can also try and resize a few of these to help them fit. The first row can be full size, and this next row can be a little smaller. Something like that, maybe. Okay, so maybe like 6 on top. Oh, that is a good point, though, Epitome. I guess since most of what I'm doing isn't really playing a character at all, I probably am fine. Let's resize this one back up so it can be another frontline rows, like that. And let's get up, not that like that. There we go. Okay, let's move this so I can see what the rows looks like. It's pretty good. Let's size it up a little more though, so we can fit it in with the rest. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you know, I like how that looks. Alright, so now let's erase some of the overlapping lines. Your voice is very comforting. Oh, thank you very much. I know that people say that to me. Yeah, I know that people say that to me, but I've always felt a little weird about my voice, and not the least because, you know, trans. People say that a lot to you, very much is. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Accept our love of your voice. Alright, fine. I can't believe chat is bullying me into self-love. SMH my head. I guess I can't start with that. You will love yourself. Fine. Gosh. Gonna give you a new nuggie of love and support. Oh no. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just been because, well, I know that I can sing okay. It's like, you know, it's like you listen to your own voice too much and you can't really hear it in a way that's actually what other people sound like, and you can't really hear what other people hear in it, that kind of thing, maybe. I like Trans Vtuber comms a lot more than default Trans Twitter, which tends to be a huge headache. Obviously, there's overlap, but Oh, hey Heavy, welcome back. Thank you for the hydrate. And the posture check, and let me, let's see. Oh, there's my phone. Let me set up for this one too. There we go. Alright. You did a sound test and it's a weird mess? Is it a usable weird mess, or is it a back to the drawing board weird mess? But yeah, I guess I'm just in the process of... and I think it's also complicating, like, my learning to love my voice when I'm also trans and trying to actively pursue voice training when I have the spoons and feel like I can get anything done with it. So, you know, it's a whole thing. I did I'll explain when I get keyboard. Alright. There's no rush. I'm still here for a while yet. That's... Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, I think we got about all the roses in here that we'll probably need to make it look like a good rose thing. What do you call those? Good rose crowns? Laurels? Your voice sounds fine to me. I wish my voice had been that good before training. Oh, thank you. I drop mine all the time on stream to do silly voices, though. Oh, no, I'm with you there. Same bag. I honestly don't know how much of my voice being what it sounds like is like I'm glad to hear it, Happy. I honestly do wonder though, like, how much of what my voice is capable of now is actually where I want it to be, and how much is it like this is just something that you think you can do because you've had a lot of training with voice before, but you haven't actually got. Like, I'm still not sure how to fully tell when I feel like I actually am at and can, like, reliably stay at what I want to be at voice-wise, if that makes any kind of sense. Like, I've been following a tutor when they're able to post and run workshops and stuff, but they're also super, super busy, and from the sound of it, real life is being kind of rude to them right now, so I really don't feel comfortable when someone's in that kind of position trying to ask, like, hey. Yeah. I'm dipping in and out since AEW is on at the moment. Trans wrestler Nyla Rose is having a match? Ooh, sounds cool. Make sure you cheer real loud so she can hear. And I'll see you around. It was nice formally meeting like this. Alright, so I think we're ready to go on to shading here. So let's turn the sketch layer off, make sure I didn't miss anything. No, I think that's everything. Alright, so let's see, where do I want to start with this? I guess the base hair color, maybe? Yeah, that seems like a good spot. Alright, so... Oh, the color. Stop running away from me. Give me that one and make it about maybe about so dark. I played Jackbox with her the other day. Oh, that's so cool! I didn't realize that, like, pro wrestlers had that kind of online community, but that's really cool. I'll have to look her up. I've been kind of considering trying to feel my way into pro wrestling, because I mean I was a theater kid in high school, and pro wrestling is basically just musical theater, but with more stage combat and less music. So I mean, I figure I might like it, but I want to make sure that the gimmicks and the storylines are really good. I don't want it to just be like, oh, this is these are all completely normal people, basically. There's no fun storylines or anything like that. Also, thank you for the redeem, Heavy. Let me see if I can... Alright. I don't know how many pops got through, but hopefully enough did to make it worth your while, Heavy. Quite a few? I'm glad. I hope you enjoyed it then. Alright, so this next part has to be still pretty dark, but not as dark. Not quite as dark. And then this... Oh, this is actually going to be both this color and this color, so that's convenient. Alright, so let's shrink it on down. Go away, ant. You are not welcome in this household, I'm afraid. I tested the sound by just having the TV on. It picked up some of it lightly. Alright, well, it's not ideal, but it's at least a start then, it sounds like, right? Better than nothing, I guess. Well, maybe. I don't know. It's a backup that you've got at least. Okay, so let's see. And it looks like the ears are close to this color, but a little darker. Maybe like, well, that might be too unnoticeably darker. Yeah, that should work, I think. How's everyone been? I've been doing pretty good. I had a slow start to this morning. A nice, long-ish, I guess, shower. Went for a relaxing walk outside with my partner to pick up some, excuse me, to pick up some milk. Unfortunately, allergies are starting to flare up, so couldn't enjoy it too much. Not a fan of the outside still, I see. Let me try moving, moving this a little bit so I can see, there we go, now I can see the outfit colors. Okay, so that's kind of going to be a similar red, or a similar shade, rather, to this one, I think, for those. But beyond that, then we came home, watched some stuff, just like some YouTube, documentaries, not documentary, video essay stuff. And then I started streaming, and that's pretty much been it. All the ears. Yeah. Gotta have many ears. Okay, I want fairly light, but not like totally. Yeah, that works. Hope the wrestling match is going well, Rose. Oh, I don't know, actually. I guess I don't know how scripted pro wrestling is over there, but... Aye, she won? Nice! Glad to hear it. Do wrestlers still do that thing where they have signature moves? I always thought that was cool. Oh dang, got emotes. Let's see, what do these ones look like? Is that her in a kimono with a knife? It's great because it's full of characters. Oh, I like those quotation marks. I stepped away and you got pretty far. Yep. I'm probably, even if it goes a little past, I'm probably still gonna try and finish this before I call it a night. Now we also want to do up here. So what other characters are there? I'm curious because again, like I don't really have experience. Oh, she used to wrestle in Japan. Yeah, that sounds like it would do it. So what are your other favorite characters in the AEW league? Like, if you can think of a bunch of fun wrestling gimmicks and all the cool things people like about wrestling, like Joshi wrestling, Lucha Libre. I mean, those are both kinds of wrestling that I enjoy, so I give you that much. There's a guy called Orange Cassidy who's difficult to explain. Is he a living piece of fruit? Or does he fight with citrus? Because if it's either of those, I have a surprising high understanding of that. But he looks like the lead character. He looks like Ryan Gosling. You think it's illegal to fight with citrus? So his technique is called sloth style. He wears sunglasses and a denim jacket and is just like really chill until he puts his hands in his pockets. The citrus. I mean, I guess technically, if you want to be lame about it, it's probably illegal, but... You know? Is a heel called Britt Baker, whose heel thing is that she's an actual IRL dentist and makes her scary. Oh, that is pretty good. Illegal for a baby face? Okay, I guess. There we go. The tag team called Jurassic Express, who have a banger theme made up of Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus Rex. Please tell me one of them actually wears just like a full-on dinosaur costume in the ring. It's a heel stable called the Dark Order, whose whole gimmick is that they're supposed to be some sort of cult, except they're actually goofballs. I don't care about heel, maybe with warning, because citrus is rough on the eyes. Oh, no, I don't mean, like, spraying it. I mean, like, just throwing the whole orange at people. Luchasaurus wears a dino mask. Good. Excellent. I would be ashamed of him if he didn't. Yeah, one of Epitome's OCs actually has the superpower of being able to control anything that has high enough vitamin C content. So he's basically telekinetic, but only with citrus foods. It's kind of great. Eating grapefruits might be wrong. Oh, you know, a little. I'll give you that, yeah. Like being hit with large hail. Not nearly as tasty, though, I have to imagine. It does sound like a lot of fun, though. I'll have to check out this AEW. I was an old school wrestling fan. Is also the magical girl Yuka Sakazaki? Oh? That sounds fun. I have been known to enjoy... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I have been known to enjoy magical girls when executed well. Magic. Throws you in a German suplex. Magic. Their main dude is a guy called Kenny Omega, whose gimmick is, I guess, that he's a nerd, but also very cool and kind of arrogant. I like that that's enough to be a gimmick. He commissioned Toby Fox to do a whole like fake Undertale intro. Oh, that's so good! Oh, that... I'm gonna have to look that up, if nothing else. Nyla Rose also has a very visible Zelda symbol tattoo. Nice! I imagine that might make it a little hard for her to do, like, I wonder if she had to buy the licensing rights from Nintendo to be able to have her body art exposed during ring fights or something. Oh yeah, I would not be surprised in the slightest. There is a very surprising amount of just pro wrestling stuff in video games as is, so I have to imagine it goes the other way too. Let's grab this. Maybe color in a little more here. Is that all on the line art here? Let's neaten that up. That's better. That's a little better. They might pull some shit when the AEW game comes out and make her a Switch exclusive. I guess you could have a lot worse of a backlash than that. Hope it's better than the last 7 years of WWE. Those games have not been good. Yeah, plus, I mean, the WWE just has a really toxic political climate, you know? I feel really bad for people who have any kind of, like, political morality that have to work for the WWE. I mean, the game, not the show, but yeah, people are hoping that the game too. Pretty big dev working on it, known for good wrestling. Good! Good. So you're a fan of things like the Gobbledygooker Heavy? Which, by the way, that name feels like it is just dangerously close to some sort of slur. I don't know what they were thinking, but then again, that was the 80s, so if anything, the kinds of wrestlers they were putting out shows, they weren't really thinking. Yeah, AEW is way better in terms of how it likes to push its women division, has openly trans wrestlers. Now there's a trans wrestler in the women's division, Sunny Kiss, who's gender fluid in the men's, and a few openly queer wrestlers. If you remember Goldust, that really offensive stereotype in the 90s. I think I vaguely do, kind of at least. Dustin Rhodes actually went on to make friends with LGBT people based on that and ended up training Sunny Kiss. Oh, that's cool. Good for them. Alright, so let's see, we still need a fairly light color for the cheeks. Dusty is a nice person, the role was a mess in the ring. Yeah, the writers for the American pro wrestling scenes have never been super great. If you like Japanese puroresu, check out AEW though. Alright. Yeah, I'll take a look for that. Okay, so got the cheeks, and we need the eyes and the roses. So let's see, for the eyes, maybe something like around here. Maybe a little bit darker. Something like there. Yeah, that looks like it could be alright. Okay, so let's put that there. WWE has never had a women's division like AEW. I was into WWE a little bit during Attitude Era, then again when Daniel Bryan and CM Punk were big, but it never stuck like AEW is sticking for me. I was there to watch Hulk Hogan toss Andre the Giant. Hulk Hogan is a fucking punk. Andre the Giant was a real one. It's alright. Like, I don't really care or plan about what I'm gonna talk about, and the fact that I get to talk about things that people are really passionate and excited about, like, again, I am autistic. I get that, and there's nothing better than seeing people that can feel like they're genuinely super excited to share the stuff that they share. Okay, I'm going lighter. By toss, Andre didn't crush him because you asked permission to win. Also say if you like the TV series Glow, you'll like AEW. I don't know if I'm familiar with Glow. Andre drank 30 beers? That sounds about right. He was a pretty big guy. Yeah, that works. Okay, now we need something for the roses, so maybe like around here? How is that gonna look? A little lighter. Yeah, I think that works. Also, the snakes Jake had were not trained. Oh no, those poor snakes! Were they okay? I hope so. There's Brandon Cutler, whose gimmick is that he's a D&D GM. Oh, Brandon. Fun fact about the upcoming AEW game, you can do mixed gender matches. Nice! That's cool. The cobra was depoisoned, but the fangs were there. Wow, that seems like an incredible breach still of OSHA practices. Just because you're an entertainment agency, McMahon, doesn't mean that you get to skimp on safety. Wrestlers have, like, actual control over their characters in AEW, too. Ooh! WWE is like Hololive, AEW is like Bishoujo. Nice! Realism, Randy Savage wanted realism. WWE doesn't let its wrestlers stream games on Twitch either, whereas I played Jackbox with Nyla. The actual control helps a lot when it comes to stuff like racism, too. I'd imagine, yeah. That is really cool, though. I'll have to check all this out. Let's start by neatening out the edges. And this is already going a little bit over, but to be honest, I'm so close on this one, I just want to finish one more drawing today, and then I'll call it. Oh, wrong color. This is this, and even tinier there. This goes like up and around, and around. There we go. There we go. Gonna start making chicken stew soon? Alright, Epitome. Once I'm done here, I'll come on in and help you out.
You don't have to.
I don't?
No.
Alright, if you say so. Oh, wrong.
No, I am not say so. No.
Anti-homotransphobia. Some character like Sunny Kiss would be played up for laughs on WWE. On AEW is pretty much like someone that walked out of Poe's ballroom or Ooh, I like that. That sounds very good. I dropped off on wrestling right about when Cena became a thing. Yeah. I appreciate that John Cena is actually like pretty like leftist in his personal politics, but obviously that's not exactly something that he's allowed to talk about. and has faced a lot of backlash for, which sucks, but again, that's just more reason to jump ship. Wait, oh, this is the layers still. Let's go back here. Are you approaching me, Sunny Kiss? I like it especially because it sounds like you're talking to the orange beverage, Sun Kiss. Or wait, Sun Kiss. Isn't that? I think that's like a gummy candy, right? At least in some places. Can I post a link to a picture of Sunny? She has like the best butt in wrestling. Uses he, she pronouns. Got it, got it. Yeah, sure. And thanks for the heads up there. I've been trying to get better about defaulting to like they, them, unless I know. Let's take a look at this. Oh! Oh! Okay, yeah. Sunny does have a very nice ass, I have to admit. Also, it's definitely been long enough. Thank you, Mr. Headpack. I can see what you mean about the JoJo now. Okay. Let's go on in. Get this, get this erased. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. Sadly, the only thing I think of when I think JoJo is the Pillar Men song. Well, I mean, it's not a bad song, is it? It's been a while since I've watched part 2. Covers it for the hair color. Let's grab this to do a little more down here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, some missing bits there. Nice. Pillarman theme was... Pillarman was part 1? That no, that's not right, Heavy. Part 1 wasn't Pillarman. You're talking about Pillarman like AC/DC, Wham, Cars, Santana. Are those who you're talking about? No, that was part 2. Part 1 was his grandfather, Jonathan Joestar. It also had Dio, and basically the origin of their family history. Then 3 is when they introduce the stance and have Jotaro versus Dio. I mean, there wasn't a break in terms of the episodes as they were released. I think it was just like a season thing, at least in the anime. And big and brush sides. Keep on working. Down the hair. Actually, this part is symmetrical, so I can put symmetry back on. Yeah. Also, while I'm at it, let's neaten this up a little bit here and here. Missed spot. Oh, no. That there. Thank you. Alright, there we go. Let's erase. Yeah, this will make it go much quicker. Okay, got that. Got that. Oh, by the way, because, well, after I finish this, I'll basically be going straight over to raiding someone. Does anyone have any requests or recommendations for people to try raiding? Obviously, I probably am gonna mainly do either people that I know personally in some kind. Bridgie streaming? Alright, it's been a little while since I raided Bridgie. I could probably do that. Almost there. Yes, they were one series in the anime sense. That's true. Alright. Let's see, is there any... It's a little more interior overlap. So let's clean that up. Let's see, any up here? Not really. There we go. Oh. Try it. Turn that off. There we go. Much better. Okay. I think that almost neatens everything up. Let's go down here. There we go. Alright, so while I'm finishing up, just a quick recap of some things. First off, thank you very much to everyone who came out, as always. I always really appreciate it. It means a lot to see people and new people, especially, to just come in to hang out. And I'm glad that people still enjoy everything I try and do, or at least enjoy things that I try and do. Beyond that, as I mentioned before, if you want to make sure you stay up to date with all of the streams that I do, every Sunday or Monday usually on Twitter, which you can find the link to down below. Excuse me, down below in the social panels. That is where I'll post my schedule of what I'll be streaming when every week. So the next one, the next scheduled stream on there is going to be tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which I think is something like Greenwich Mean Time +5, I think. Yeah, I think. I always forget. It's something. No, with. No. -5. That's it. Yeah. But yes, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow night. I'll be going live. Next, it is going to be a mix of doing a little bit of The Binding of Isaac, new update. Oh, thanks so much for the bits, Sister Rose. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I'll be doing Binding of Isaac tomorrow night, followed by there's someone who I follow over on Tumblr who basically has a creepypasta cook-off every year, and there's some really good ones in there, so I thought I'd just try randomly grabbing some of the ones in there and just do some fun story time in here with y'all. And then, if there's still time and people are interested, I also found my tarot deck so I could try doing some readings for people if they want to ask any questions or need any advice or stuff like that. But yeah, after that, the best place to look again if you want to see everything is going to be over on Twitter. Once I get one more VTuber drawn, this batch will be finished and I'll post it. So that should be on Wednesday that will happen. I think that's about everything else I can think of. I read terrible creepypastas with Tulip. Oh, nice. Yeah, Tulip seems like she'd be a good person to read creepypastas with because I don't know if I've ever seen her, like, really take anything too seriously, which is a good quality if you're trying to spook yourself. Okay, so yeah, that is 7 of these 8. Yeah, she is very fun to watch. I agree. Alright, so let's clear that, and save that. Yeah, alright. Oh, she's your wittier little sister. Oh, you're plenty witty too. Her tag team is Creature Feature. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty good name. Alright, so let me make sure everything is ready over on Twitch. I always like to double check. I always like to double check how to spell things here. Are you sure Bridgie is live? She's not showing up in my followed section. Oh wait, no, there she is. Okay. Hidden under the show more drop down. Alright, yeah. Let's go say hi to Bridgie. Okay, so alright, so if you have a sub here and want to use the raid message, this is the default raid message for subs, but if you don't want to use this message, or if you want to use something else entirely, go ahead, do it. I'm not the boss of you. I'm not even the boss of myself. So now that I got that, let's start the raid for Bridgie. Bridgie. There we go. Alright, so yeah, as always, thank you so much to everyone who came to hang out with me today. I really appreciate it. I still feel honestly very grateful for every bit of support I get, and I hope that I can make it worth everyone's while. But yeah, that's about it for now. So, big ol' kiss from me to all y'all. And now, let's go say hi to Bridgie.